indicting the now 60-year-old man for murder with use of a deadly weapon, the charge carrying a gang enhancement, although he's not believed to be the trigger man.
Vanessa Murphy, Channel 8. Steve, can you talk about the murder charge if he is not the one believed to have pulled the trigger?
Yes, well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abetter.
Since 2019, he's appeared at least 8 separate times in promotion of this book and repeated various versions of these events, all of which he acknowledges that he is, in fact, the person that ordered the death of Mr. Shakur and the attempted murder of Mr. Knight.
Wolfson says his office has been in contact with Shakur's family. They are pleased with the news.
Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender." Well, we didn't surrender.
A nice look at the what made up this case, how we got here, and now Keefe D. Duane Davis back in the courtroom. Judge Carly Kearney presiding. A quick programming note: we are streaming this on 8 News Plus, our app that you can find on most smart TVs, and today on YouTube and Facebook. But if you want to stay with us for the remainder of the trial, which should last 1 month, stay here on 8 News Plus for the Tupac murder trial. I'm Kyle Payne. I'll shortly be joined by Sasha Loftus. But what's going to happen now? The jury now re-entering the jury box. There are 16 of them, 6 men and 10 women. And 12 of those will be the deliberating jury deciding the fate of that man, Duane Keefe D. Davis. 4 of them will be alternates. I'll say during the time of jury selection, Keefe D. seemed a little more relaxed than he seems today. I do see him making some rubbing his face and his head and looking around. He seemed a little calmer during jury selection, which was less tense for certain than the media spectacle and the spectacle of the public. There is a room for media overflow and public overflow, lottery only seating inside the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy will be filing reports all day, all month, because this trial is expected to last about another 4 weeks. And Vanessa does an excellent job, and we'll be hearing from her not only here on 8 News Plus, but on our broadcast side of the channel on our newscasts at 4, 5, 6, and 11. Those reports are not to be missed. So now, Davis, speaking with attorney Michael Sanft, during the coverage here in this 15-minute intermission, we didn't get to hear from attorney Sanft because the prosecutor had so many interesting things to say. When we do finally get to hear from him, he will be sort of lecturing the jury on the difference between fact and fiction. What can you believe and what do you really know? And especially over 30 years. You know, there's a big question here that he's going to be asking is, why didn't they do this 20 years ago? Why didn't they do this 2 years ago? Or they did do it 2 years ago. They did it 3 years ago, actually. But why didn't they do this before today? And, we'll hear his version of events when we come back. The jury must be in the room as the entire courtroom is seated. Again, 8 News Plus covering this for the entire month. And we commend you to download the app on your smart TV and those streaming devices, because it's going to be such an interesting, fascinating trial. So now that opening statements are over, we're going to hear an entire day's worth of testimony from what I'm going to assume are Keefe D's family or his loved ones, friends, people who saw this, witnesses, and I would say law enforcement. The first witness about to take the stand in this historic trial. We'll be back during a break, and we will see you then. Enjoy the coverage.
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the strip were you working?
I was working the a little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Goldgart.
While you were working on that area of the strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach this?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
when
didn't.
they told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I was remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold or something like that he had around his neck."
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
Admit. So admitted. You may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later. Something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart or Officer
Yes,
Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went up to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT's working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the
during,
ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So something like that.
Said, no, we'll take care
of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. So obviously, when an incident, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time.
Dan Ford.
Did you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken, but at the time he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or
Could be a crime scene.
Crime scene analyst, CSI.
And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you state's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right. On the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. The clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still.
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. Withdrawn.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Secure at the hospital.
Yes.
But Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation.
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. They have not been put it.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection here.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped them in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the Strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles, was because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to
Yes.
be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right.
of
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC.
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they're relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the Strip. You still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me this map? Do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall.
Yeah,
I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to. It's not a catch-up moment.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars. So I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes.
Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware Okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called. And we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was a Lexor.
Okay. And then did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out is what I call it because the fight was already over. So everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Sabrine.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible. And my girlfriend, Lauren, at the time, she knew Suge. And she told us, hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing. And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them. And
so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? Yes. So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, what's going on? What's happening? We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us. And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look that night?
That was just like this.
And so you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
Okay. And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club
662? We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it was called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving.
Yeah, I didn't understand in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point, on Flamingo do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light. And
before, just that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like an outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. And after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down. And so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or
we turned off. We turned the only way you could turn, because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially, because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened, because we left. So we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time. So I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help, but I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Like cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches. I'm saying, not the coolest, but talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything. So I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then I don't know. I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talking?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor, to leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, other than the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. Okay. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point, you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes, she was driving.
I see.
No, that's right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that. I just know it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. Just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really. But I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This doesn't
you can point it.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay, and this, I'm pointing now, once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Coble.
Coble, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Coble was. And just for the record, you're writing Coble, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Coble. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me.
Okay.
And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Coble.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, I know. Is this Flamingo? I'm assuming. I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there, and then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Coble is actually the street Coble. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you could turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Coble.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating change in my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug. Shug was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac.
No,
like
there was
that.
no fans around. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And I'm once again going back to Defense Exhibit A. There's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question, and then write the question on a full sheet of paper, and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach? All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any thought? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it was just
You're
too
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury. They are going to
Wrapping up the first two witnesses in the Keefe D murder trial, you heard two witnesses, a police witness and a lay witness, a actual eyewitness, she says, to the shooting of Tupac Shakur. This is Kyle Payne, investigative reporter at KLAS Television. And after this break, we'll be back to recap the entire first morning of the case against Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Stay with us.
So yeah, I guess they're on lunch break right now. We heard from the that police officer and the first witness. She said she witnessed the shooting of Tupac. Police officer, I guess he had a conversation with them and pulled him over about the tag before all this stuff happened. So he was a pretty good witness, but I mean, I don't understand what they are charging him with because he already made the statement that his nephew was the one that did it. So I don't understand why they're trying to charge him, but I guess they're just trying to make sure they get some type of justice. But man, that's been a while. That was in what, 96? Something like that. But we just heard from the first witness and the police officer. So they're on lunch break. I'm fixing to get ready to walk my dog, but I'm gonna keep it on just in case something comes through. So I'll be back in a little bit. Stay tuned.
From the 8 News Plus streaming center, Kyle Payne along with Sasha Loftus watching the first day of the murder trial of Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the shooting, gangland style, of Tupac Shakur in 1996 here in Las Vegas at the corner of Flamingo and Koval. It was something back then. We were little.
Yes.
You were littler.
Yes.
And-
But everyone, the world is watching this. This
Yes.
is 30 years in the making.
I wish you hadn't told me that.
The globe is watching.
Yes, everyone's
now, right?
watching.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's definitely, and it was an eventful morning. We had
Right.
opening statements, and we had two different witnesses. One police officer that actually stopped Suge Knight and Tupac ahead of the shooting, then responded after, along with an eyewitness.
Right. And you mentioned the world is watching. It's no
Mm-hmm.
surprise. The national and international media have staked out the Regional Justice Center in downtown Las Vegas. That is, for lack of a better term, ground zero for this operation. It is, there are correspondents from across the world. Most importantly, our Vanessa Murphy is inside the courtroom. She is one of the local media who was guaranteed a seat. Anyone else in that courtroom essentially was won by lottery. They were
Mhm.
given an opportunity to get in there by lottery. The courtroom is packed. There are members of the public as well. There are lawyers everywhere. And let's not forget, there are 16 jurors.
Yes.
6 men and 10 women. And so with that, we have quite a morning of coverage to get to. And joining us, I'm so delighted to be able to say that we're joined by Robert Draskevich. Robert is not only a high-profile criminal attorney, he's a good guy, and he is the highest profile criminal attorney, one of the highest profile criminal attorneys in the entire state. And he's joining us for coverage of the trial. Robert, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's nice to have you. It's important to note, Robert, that you very briefly represented Duane Davis.
I did from August of 25 until March of this year.
And you were not the first. There was at least one before you.
There's been several.
There is one after you currently. Michael Sanft is on trial with Keefe D for Duane Davis' life. The charge is complicated. He did not pull the trigger. No one says he did, but that he orchestrated the charge. And therefore, it's murder with a sentencing enhancement for gang activity and the use of a deadly weapon. But of course, at age 64, no matter how much time he spends in prison, if he's convicted, it is guaranteed to be a life sentence, because not only is the murder trial hanging in the balance, or the murder charge, but also a gang enhancement and a deadly weapon enhancement, which would tack on to those. So that's no small thing.
It's not. I mean, the murder charge itself could carry either a 20 to life, a life without, or a fixed term of 20 to 50 years. Each one of the enhancements is a 1 to 20 year sentence that would run consecutively to the murder charge. You can't stack up more than one, but nonetheless, at the minimum, one could be looking at a 28 to life sentence.
Right.
Wow.
And we know, in fact, Keefe D, Duane Davis spoke with our Vanessa Murphy at length in a 40-minute one-on-one interview in a private room, as opposed to most of the media who spoke with him over the communication system, the ancient telecommunication system where Keefe D is this big and Vanessa's over here in a different room in a different chair.
She was with him.
Yeah, she was with him, and it was very good. And we're going to play plenty of that as time goes on. But he said in that, she asked him if he would take a plea deal, and he said no. He said, if I were to accept, like, say 10 years, I'll be 74.
Mhm.
The average age when a man dies, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. So, as one would expect, and now we know for sure, he's rolling the dice.
He certainly is. And there's actually statistics from the Department of Justice that for every 2 years an individual spends in prison, it takes away a year of their life expectancy.
Sure, the healthcare there is not known
Best.
for its excellence.
Correct.
Right. So, Sasha, so much going on.
So much happening. And I think it's interesting too, you and I talked about this, that the evidence in this case is going to be very different from, say, a case that was, a year or two ago. There's no cell phone evidence. There's no modern day. This was 30 years ago. So a lot of, Robert might be able to talk on this too, is obviously we'll see how as witnesses come, but a lot of this is eyewitness based and based on Keefe D's words in the past.
Memory.
Mm-hmm.
This is one trial where I'm glad to say we won't have to hear cell phone data testimony, because that, as a viewer and as someone who sits in the courtroom, can really kill your spirit.
It's tedious. Yeah.
And so, there's going to be a lot of, how do you know that? How do you remember that? What is that? How does that change, Robert, the strategy, knowing that we're not dealing with fresh stuff?
Well, I think it's going to help the defense quite a bit because again, it's the state's burden to prove each and every element of each offense beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, we don't have a Celebrite extraction where you can put it
Right.
on a screen in front of the jury and show that this defendant was in this specific place seconds before the shooting, during the shooting, and these are the steps that he took afterwards. In this case, we have to rely on memories. It's worked for hundreds of years, and we're basically to throw back to the past. So I think this is going to inure to the defense's benefit.
It helps that so much time has passed.
It does.
For them and for Keefe D. We watched two witnesses. We saw a witness who was a bike police officer who says he pulled Tupac Shakur and his car over some 10 minutes before the shooting allegedly took place. And then we heard from a witness who, on her own memory, said she left the MGM. There were 4 women in a hotel room. They couldn't get ready in time to go to the very short Mike Tyson fight before he knocked out or beat Bruce Seldon in the ring at the MGM. And then there was a fracas and there was a lot going on. But ultimately, this woman left with her friends, caught up with Suge Knight, who one of the ladies knew, and she described her whole rest of her evening. Now, we heard you may have been getting to the point of listening to some of the opening statements from the first hour or two of trial. Do you have any initial reactions?
I thought both sides did a pretty good job of laying out what their case is about. I've had many cases against Banu Palal. He does very good work. The focus of his opening statement concerned Keefe D's own statements that he's made, allegedly in the book and through various media outlets. Michael Sanft, again, very good criminal defense attorney. His job is to present, obviously, the alternative narrative. Hey, you can't believe what Keefe D says. Look at the facts. Jurors such as yourselves have to base a conviction or a verdict on facts. And outside of what he is alleged to have said, state doesn't have any of that.
Now, Dwayne Davis, Keefe D, by his own admission in the book Compton Street Legend, which I know you and I have taken a look at, Sasha, says, by his own admission, I'm a gangster, not to be confused with a gangbanger. Right? Didn't he make
He made that exact distinction.
What did he say about the pants?
That once you're a gangster, you pull your pants up as opposed to when you're a
So
gangbanger.
this group of gangsters, he says, he describes in his book very clearly that he ran up on the BMW because they were looking for Tupac because Tupac and his friends beat up Keefe D's. That's the whole thing. This is about
his nephew.
It started at a mall, right? There was an argument at a mall, then an argument at the MGM. And if you believe what Keefe D wrote in his book, that led to the shooting. And it's fascinating. And now he says he didn't do it. So it's interesting. And basically the prosecutor got to that right in the beginning. In our first clip, we're going to play from the opening statements saying that, sure, Dwayne Davis didn't do the shooting, but that doesn't mean he's not responsible.
Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself.
Well, and I think Dwayne Davis's big claim is even though he admitted these things in his book, he was saying, hey, I wasn't even in Nevada at the time.
Oh, right. He told a news investigator, Vanessa Murphy, I wasn't in Nevada. There is a picture that he puts in his book saying, here's me and my wife at the Tyson fight. But then he told Vanessa, I wasn't really dressed for the occasion in hot September. That's not right. He also, in that interview, pointed the finger at Reggie Wright Jr., who was the head of security of Death Row Records. And that's where this all gets very interesting. And I think not only was it the celebrity aspect of Tupac Shakur, but just the ganglands. We've got Death Row Records. We've got tremendously big musician celebrities. And we've got the Crips of this part of Los Angeles and the Piru Bloods. And so the gangland aspect, Robert, we know from trials like the O.J. Simpson trial how huge celebrity can be in a jury factoring in guilt or innocence. But now you have some pretty serious stuff. Like these guys, if you believe what Keefe D says about being in a gang, it's some pretty violent, serious behavior, and it must alter how things go in the courtroom.
Clearly so. Generally, although this case has been charged with the gang enhancement, I mean, generally motivations, the idea of motive doesn't play a part. Jurors like to hear that why did a person do what they did? Oh, we can address motive, but it's not an element. In this case, because of the gang enhancement, this shooting is alleged to have occurred in promotion of or in furtherance of a gang objective. It's actually an element of the offense. Obviously, it's going to be interesting how the evidence plays out. Again, it's referred to as the book that Keefe D wrote. I anticipate the defense making a big issue out of whether or not that book contained his words and whether or not it was just poetic license in the part of another author.
Yeah,
Right.
there was a ghostwriter involved.
Correct.
Yes.
And Keefe D says, they gave me a script. I met that ghostwriter for a very short period of time. He just went and he wrote what he wrote. If that's true, he knew some good details, or he came up with some pretty good details.
There are some very intense details in that book. I mean, down to the color of the car, everything is all the cars involved, very, very detailed is one thing that I noticed.
So back to the opening statements, the prosecutor, after he outlines what happened, talks about related to the gangs, what happened next.
Mm-hmm.
On the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, Keefe D, is in the front passenger side.
So the prosecution begins to outline some of the key players.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the key players that he's about to mention is one of everybody's favorite people to talk about in this murder trial, and that is Suge Knight. Suge Knight started Death Row Records. Suge Knight, by all accounts, at least by Keefe D's account, was in the car with Tupac. And Suge Knight has famously told the national media that if he is called to testify from his place that he's in prison, he will make the person regret it. If the prosecution calls him, that will be bad for them. If Keefe D calls him, that will be bad for them. And the main reason is he's not here to solve homicides.
His words.
So
yeah.
His words.
Mm-hmm.
So now, Robert, in your research, Suge Knight, I'm sure, came up.
He didn't. Obviously, I want to preface my comments here in that anything that I talk about is not derived from any conversations that I had during my representation, or the period of time that I was representing Keefe D. However, I do know that efforts have been made to potentially interview Suge Knight as a witness, and those were instantly rebuffed. He wants nothing to do with this case, and just like you said, on either the defense's side nor the prosecution side.
But he is a ward of the state at this point. Mm-hmm. He is in state custody in California and in prison. So it's really not up to him whether he gets hauled in. He could still get hauled in.
They could, and
generally
again,
speaking.
And he's serving the remainder of a 28-year sentence, is my understanding. Again, they can produce him, but given the warning that he has made, it's unlikely that he is going to testify. They can produce him, but they can't compel him to testify if he doesn't want to. The only thing that the court could do would be impose perhaps a contempt sanction, but he's in custody anyway. So, any teeth that such a sanction would have is lost on his current circumstances.
Right. So the fact pattern would go like this. They'd haul him in, they'd bring him in shackles, they'd sit him in the stand. They'd say, do you recognize that man? Let's say Keefe D, and he'd just not answer, or he'd say no, or yeah. And then he's not testifying.
It's not testifying.
Can't make him talk.
No.
Contempt, add 5 years to your sentence, whatever. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, and two, the contempt could only really have effect during the period of a trial. And it's my understanding this trial will take anywhere from 5 to 7 weeks. So again, I don't really see the contempt angle he's got years ahead of him. I don't see the contempt having any effect on whether he's going to testify.
All right. Well, the prosecutor in his opening statement, which lasted about 35 minutes this morning on the first day of trial, said, here's what happened with Suge Knight in the car after the shooting or during the shooting.
After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries.
So, when we talk about these things, we have to remember that a man's life is at stake here. Someone died. Whatever happened, someone died. And, as part of our research, we've seen the autopsy photos. It was not a good night. It was a terrible, he looked horrible in the hospital bed. He was on life support for those 6 days. And of course, it was the end of a very successful music career. So, there's a lot there. This isn't just, salacious headlines. And now Keefe D, Dwayne Davis, at a later stage in his life, is on trial for his life. And as I said, the prosecution continued its opening statements for about 35 minutes. Let's just listen to one more clip of that before we continue to discuss.
Within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder.
I think the complication of these different gangs that they laid out here in the opening statement is important to note. You already kind of talked about this, but just the how he talked about how the prosecution claiming that Keefe D was saying that if this wasn't solved in Las Vegas, it would be, quote, solved back in Compton, again, according to the prosecution.
Yes. And Robert knows better than anyone from his research. I mean, we've all known this case for a long time, but there's a book. There are some statements to authorities. Keefe D doesn't keep his mouth shut. Let's be honest. Is that true or false?
He always has a lot to say. He's a very colorful gentleman.
I couldn't help but notice if we can play some of the courtroom video, you're going to see Keefe D, Dwayne Davis, who by his own admission was a gangster in the Crips gang, in a suit and tie. Okay, so now we see him. Generally, that's how we know him, in the blue jumpsuit. And there he is with our Vanessa Murphy in her excellent interview, which we'll play from as we continue. But today, he is in a blue suit and tie. And I will say, from the week of jury selection that I covered in the courtroom, he seemed loose. He seemed to be talking with his attorney and, very engaged. And today we saw him sort of playing with his head and playing with his face and
noticeably nervous.
Much more. It seemed like the moment may have hit him. And there he is getting arrested. Of course, 8 News Now is, and there's him during jury selection. So I just think he seemed a little bit less tense, just my own observation, during these days than he did in the couple of hours of court testimony. So let's talk about, I don't know if we have these clips ready to go, but let's talk about the witnesses.
Yes.
All right. Number one, we heard from a police officer who says he pulled Tupac over in his BMW 10 minutes before the shooting 30 years ago. Right. So here's a somewhat aged gentleman who no longer works for the department. Michael Sanf, the defense attorney, who has a very good sense of humor, said, "Welcome back to court." Part of the police officer's job often is to testify about what happens in their professional life. And so after some amount of time, he was back. And Robert, you and I watched as Michael Sanf made a diagram of the strip. and this is where we get into memory versus what the strip was like 30 years ago. The strip changes.
It's always being torn down and rebuilt.
Yes.
Exactly.
So where you were and what was in your line of sight in 1996 would be different. Let's say the Sphere wasn't there.
Yeah.
Right. And that's
the carriage house, though, where they were, I believe, going is still there.
Oh, is that 662?
Yes,
or whatever?
I believe that is still there, which is interesting. That is not on the strip, but it's strip adjacent. So there are a few things that are the same, but as you said, a lot of things are different.
Right. And even the guy said, well, there was nothing going on the strip. And they said, well, there's nothing going on. Well, all right, let me rephrase. There's always something going on the strip, but there's nothing seemed unusual. Yeah. And there was a line that the officer said where Tupac had said, whatever's going on, we got this. We're going to take care of whatever we're going to take care of after this. And then the second witness I thought was fascinating. This woman said she went to go to the fight but missed it, that she left the MGM with her friends, that they caught up with Tupac. And Robert, this is now old-fashioned eyewitness testimony. What do you remember, and how do we know it's what the prosecution wants you to say or wants that fits into their case?
Through the course of this trial, we've been talking about the book somewhat. You're going to find both the state's going to try and corroborate every statement that's made within the book or that Duane Davis has made himself through witness testimony. You're going to find that the defense, through every witness, through recollections, otherwise, they're going to try and discredit what has been basically attributed to Keefe D. So I would anticipate, and it's just beginning, and it began with this second witness, each side is going to either build up or tear down the other side's case.
So this woman says, I was there, we saw Suge, we talked, then we saw the shooting, and it was chaos.
We got out of there.
Yeah, we ducked, we fled. But she didn't call the police and say, hey, I just saw a crime. So at some point in the last 30 years, somebody found her, and she's got a story to tell. But the story doesn't include a white Cadillac. The story doesn't have some of the specifics, but close enough.
She had brought, as I recall, she had testified, and I actually caught the latter part of her testimony. She caught a 4-door white vehicle.
Yeah,
that she believed was the source of the shooting or that contained the shooters.
And she actually used the words snitches get stitches, as opposed to, she said, we didn't talk to the police. That was frowned upon in a big way.
Well, because it certainly would have been better for the prosecution if they had her call from September of 1996, where she said that then. Now she can say, oh, yeah, I remember a 4-door white vehicle. Okay, sure. Maybe. But I can also envision a scenario where the police go and say, well, what did you see? Oh, well, we saw a car. What kind of car? Well, was it a white car?
And she also did not see the shooting. She said she heard the gunshots, but she didn't actually physically see the shooting.
She said she heard the gunshots, and then y'all got to remember back then she was young. And she also said that she was in fear of somebody knowing that her and her friends talked to the police back then. And I guess she was from California. I think she said she was from California. So, man, and it's still going on to this day, man. A lot of people do not want to talk to the police, even if they know something, because they're in fear for their life or their family's life. So that's understandable.
All, as you say, inures toward the perhaps lack of a finding of guilt for Keefe D.
And jurors expect that now. Jurors expect, people can blame crime scene, CSI, but nonetheless, every juror that I appear before, they expect the state to show it.
Yeah.
A diagram, a photograph, some depiction, a physical depiction of a crime occurring. And in this case, we don't have it.
The juror questions, too. I was asking both of you that, jurors can ask questions after each witness and things like that. And I think the first question was, can you gauge what directions the shots were coming from? She said no, because she heard them. I wouldn't be able to gauge that, depending, even if it was right. You can't say it was coming from the north or the south or anything like that. And I think that comes down to, again, this was 30 years ago, and her memory isn't what it was if it had happened yesterday.
No. And so also there's this image that you get from reading Duane Davis's book about when they're looking for Tupac and then they find him in the car. that Tupac is sort of hanging out of his front seat of his passenger side BMW, talking to his fans.
Yeah.
And Michael Santh, the defense attorney, asks the woman, "Well, what did you see? Did you see anything interesting? Was Tupac hanging out the window?" She didn't know. And that's interesting to me as well, because not only did she not call the police, but there's a lot of the narrative here that she can't say. And, perhaps the prosecution will call 100 witnesses to fill in 100 blanks, but still, it's a long way to go to get to this, even with Keffe D's confession.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this trial is going to go on for several weeks, and they've jumped right into it. I mean, now we've got a precipient witness, at least to the sound of the shots being fired moments after opening statements were made. So I would anticipate again, it's the law of primacy. And
so, like when he did when Keffe D, did his interview, he said that they were going the opposite way of Suge and Pac. And he said that they looked over and they heard Pac out the window talking to some girls. It didn't necessarily say it was this girl, but he said that he looked over and he heard Pac's mouth, and he's like, "Oh, there they go right there." And they made the U-turn. So, it could have been Pac was talking to some other fans, not necessarily this witness right here. So he said that's how he noticed. He seen them going down that, I guess it was Flamingo or wherever they were going down, what road? And they made the U-turn and caught back up to him. So it wasn't necessarily this female, that's the witness.
From Duane Davis's arrest, and I spoke with him several times in jail, starting at least in March 2025, where Duane Davis says, I have immunity.
Violating all my amendments and constitutional rights. I'm never supposed to be put in jail for this. Never.
Well, they're pointing to the interviews and the book.
I didn't violate that.
So Vanessa, I have tremendous respect for. She does not give up.
No, she does not.
So she has spoken with Keffe D on a number of occasions, and in this clip, she says he didn't have anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And
but did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
He didn't write it, but he did it for the money.
Wasn't even in Nevada,
right?
As he said multiple times. Yeah.
And maybe that'll stick because, look, Robert, we see on TV all the time forced confessions. Oh, they made me do it. They wouldn't let me leave. I felt like if I told them I did it, I could go home. Well, this was a voluntary confession. This was a handwritten book, that he says he didn't write, but still he put his name on it. He took some money to say, I am the last living witness of Tupac Shakur. But talk, if you would, in general terms about you can get, not every confession leads to a guilty sentence.
That is very true. Forensic psychologists have been studying this for decades. If you look at the Innocence Project, you've got basically a third of the gentlemen who have been convicted and serving life sentences or facing the death penalty gave confessions that were false. We really have two things to look at here concerning the statements that have been made. The initial statements, 2008, 2009, we've heard that there was an attempt to perhaps work off a drug case, to cooperate. They obviously have those motivations there. The later statements that, arguably are incriminatory in 2018, 2019, there's a profit motive behind those. He's getting paid to say these things. So again, an admission doesn't equate to truthfulness. It doesn't equate to guilt. We have to look behind the motivations as to why these statements were made.
such as $150,000.
Yeah, very true. And his line too that I think that has become kind of famous or infamous, where he says, "I don't know."
Hey, who believes?
no
Who
Winston Churchill.
believes he wasn't there? I mean, he says now he's saying he wasn't there, and he just made those statements for the money. Who believes that he wasn't there? His cousin was the one that Tupac hit in that was it the MGM wherever the fight was going on, that Orlando Baby Lane. That was his cousin. If his cousin was there, I'm pretty sure he was there too.
For $150,000. I might want to get up and explain to the jury why I did that, so that perhaps you will believe that I was full of it then, but I'm not full of it now. There's going to be, if he testifies, that's going to be the crux of it, right?
I would anticipate, and again, what we're discussing right now is not based upon
I wanna say-
any conversations that I have had with him
I
being
want to
my
say it for
former
you.
client.
You have a duty to keep quiet from all the things you learn. But
Correct.
you're the consummate professional, and you're able to draw a line between what you're able to say and what you're not able to say.
Correct. But
So-
oftentimes defendants facing serious charges do want to tell the jury their story. I mean, there is a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. No criminal defendant in any case can be compelled to give testimony. But oftentimes, again, I'm speaking generally in cases, defendants want to explain to a jury why things were said, especially when they have statements of a defendant that's presented to a jury through the course of trial. Most individuals want to discuss why they said and what was the motivations behind what they said when they said it.
And he went so far as to say it all. And we talked earlier about how he is one to speak. But the defense attorney, Michael Sanft, tried to get the book thrown out so that the jury wouldn't be able to I think that was a long shot because he said it. It's his own statement. They can use it against him. But if he says I didn't say it, if his goal is to go up there and say I didn't do this and I didn't say this, they can ask him anything about any point in his life, any crime he ever committed, and based on what you said about his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, he can't say, oh, I don't want to talk about that, or I don't. If they have evidence that he did something, he could get in even more trouble if there's some crime that they're able to ask him about that he'll either say I didn't do it, and if they have evidence that he did, he could be in trouble, or he'll say, yeah, I did that crime, but I didn't do this one. He could still be in trouble for that, right?
Yes, generally, if a defendant takes a stand, there's the issues concerning bad character evidence. There's all these protections, and generally, the issue or the issues that they testify concerning have to do with the charges that they're facing. However, if a defendant opens the door, puts their character at issue, discusses something else outside of the facts and circumstances that give rise to the charges they're facing, they can open the door to cross-examination concerning other aspects of their life.
The one and only Robert Draskevich, criminal defense attorney here in Las Vegas, joining me and Sasha Loftus. We have so much more to get to on 8 News Plus. So we're streaming, Sasha, today on...
We are.
Where are we? We're on Facebook?
We are on Facebook. We are on the 8 News Plus app.
Which you can download on all smart TVs.
Yes, on all smart TVs.
So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook and you love this, and how do you not love Sasha and Robert? You're going to want to download the 8 News Plus app. I have that right? And then you'll be able to watch all month because we're going to be here every day.
We're going to be here every day.
And this is what we haven't talked
Monday through
about yet
Friday.
today, Monday through Friday. Yeah, I mean, we're entitled to a weekend. But at 7 p.m., Robert will be here sometime. Sasha and I will be here all the time. We're going to be here recapping the day's events. So we're not only covering the entire day of the trial and streaming it and here for you when the court is not in session, but then at 7 p.m. on 8 News Plus, and tonight on YouTube and Facebook, we'll be covering a wrap-up of the trial. And I couldn't be happier to say that we're doing that here in the 8 News Plus studio. So when we come back, we'll have some more of opening statements and the first two witnesses in the murder trial of Dwayne Davis, responsible, prosecutors say, for shooting and killing, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
I'm sorry, my mic was mute, but I do. They're gonna come back when they go back in the courtroom, but I do want to find that interview where Keefe D made all those statements, and now he's saying it was for money. So let me look at this real quick. I'm gonna find it and come on in. I'm gonna keep an eye on when they come back to the courtroom. All right, y'all, I found this one right here. This is kind of close to it, but we're gonna listen to Keefe D being interviewed by the Art of the Dialogue, and also I guess Lon Crumb used this little piece of it, but he's gonna explain that he was there and how he knew that Suge and Tupac was in that car. Check this out.
You know Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW.
He was hanging out the window.
Tupac?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
He had half his body out the window.
Dwayne Davis, aka Keefe D, is no stranger to speaking about what happened on September 7th, 1996. Unfamiliar with the date? Well, it's the day Tupac was shot in a drive-by in Las Vegas.
Everybody ain't killers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
everybody
Dre,
ain't
he
with
wasn't
that.
the shooter?
No.
Okay, so but he was the one that was supposed to shoot up Tupac and Suge, but for some reason he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
I'm Elizabeth Milner for Law and Crime. For years, Keefe D has been very vocal. He was in Vegas the night Tupac was shot, and that he was riding in the car where the bullets came from. But now in a new...
Cars, all of them was black too. I guess Suge had a thing for black cars that night. So we went over on the side of them, and we seen him. And out there she wrote.
And I read in the book you said that it looked like you guys rolled up and Pac reached.
Looked like he was reaching, yeah. Looked like he was ready to bust our ass. And she like, we was the first one. Shit.
Yeah.
Luckiest one, I guess. Hit that corner, gave a little chase, boom, boom, boom. Got the busing, we bust back. Jumped up out that motherfucker Cadillac, put the gun on the tire, got the gone.
And Orlando is the shooter. He's the known shooter. I mean, everybody know Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
But now in a new interview with ABC News, he's claiming he's innocent.
I'm innocent. I ain't killed nobody, never did ever kill nobody.
And that part might be true. He's not accused of pulling the trigger. Instead, prosecutors allege he just orchestrated the whole thing. In some aspects, we may never know what truly happened, and here's why. Keefe D is the only one still alive that was allegedly in that car. Authorities have long believed it was Keefe D's nephew Orlando who pulled the trigger to get revenge from being jumped by Tupac, Suge Knight, and their crew after the Mike Tyson fight, which was the reason they were all in Vegas that night in the first place.
And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security intervene, and then they will leave the area of the fight.
It took years for investigators to piece it all together, mainly because of the street code, no snitching, and no one talked for years. Well, until 2008, when Keefe D signed a deal with prosecutors and investigators to pretty much talk about everything he knew about the murder. But here's the thing. The exchange was that those statements couldn't be used against him in court. So you can imagine why Keefe D doesn't think he should be in jail right now. But he is and has been since September of 2023. In his interview with ABC News, he said just that, saying, "I'm not supposed to be in jail. A deal is a deal." Keefe D claims he confessed to his alleged role to keep people who were caught up in a drug case out of prison and says he just told police what they wanted to hear, so they let him go. He said that's the only way you're walking free. It would have been selfish to let everyone go down because of me. At the time, Keefe D was facing life in prison on drug charges, so he spilled his guts in exchange for a deal. Ironically, now he's facing life in prison again if he's convicted. Detectives essentially built their case around Keefe D's account of what happened. Plus, he's talked a lot in police interviews, public appearances, not to mention a self-published memoir, Compton Street Legend. But now Keefe D claims he didn't write that memoir or even read it. Kind of shocking given the back of the book says the last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. Keefe D claims his co-author took artistic liberties with the writing, telling ABC News, "I just gave him details of my life, and he went and did his little investigation and wrote the book on his own." He essentially claims he fabricated what happened for money when he told his story. Keefe D's trial was actually set to begin this month, until a few weeks ago when his lawyer filed a motion to delay his case. They claim they have witnesses who can testify Keefe D wasn't in Vegas the night of the shooting, despite claiming for years he was. Keefe D claims he was in LA when the shooting happened, and he has about 20 to 30 people who will testify to confirm that. But he didn't name any names. The now 61-year-old claims prosecutors essentially have nothing on him. In his interview, he said, "I did not do it. They have nothing. And they knew they don't have nothing. They can't even place me out here. They don't have no gun, no car, no KVD, no nothing." But KVD is pointing the finger at someone else with no evidence. KVD claims Reggie Wright Jr., a man who used to be a Compton police officer and ran security for Suge Knight's death row, was responsible for Tupac's death. Again, saying this with no evidence. Reggie Wright Jr. reportedly testified before the grand jury that indicted KVD. But now KVD claims the prosecution's lead witness should be the lead suspect. Reggie Wright Jr. has denied that accusation. He previously told ABC News, "I was in charge of possibly protecting this young man. It's heartbreaking they keep dragging in my name. I didn't have anything to do with that. One of the worst days of my life when I heard that happened." And Reggie Wright Jr.'s most recent statement about the claims KVD made, he says, KVD confessed to Tupac's murder to the LAPD in 2008, to the Las Vegas Metro PD in 2009, and publicly from 2018 to 2023 on BET, multiple YouTube interviews, and in a book about his life, and is only now using the media to slander me because he finally got arrested and he has no other defense. And it might be a defense tactic. KVD's lawyers have been pushing for him to get released on bond for months, but that didn't happen. Again, he was supposed to head to trial, but it was pushed, meaning KVD will spend more time in jail until he gets his day in court. Prior to him being arrested, though, he claimed he turned over a new leaf. He said he retired from the drug game and was enjoying his life with his children and grandchildren. He said, "I did everything they asked me to. Get new friends, stopped selling drugs. I stopped all that. I'm supposed to be out there enjoying my twilight at one of my effing grandson's football games and basketball games, enjoying life with my kids." Now KVD has much more to worry about, like his trial for first-degree murder. But it'll be a while before we know the outcome. KVD's trial was pushed from March of this year to February of next year. I'm joined now by criminal defense and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. Tyler, thank you so much for joining me today, and great to see you as well. Action again to this kind of about face that KVD is doing, where now he's pulling
outcome of what happened to Mr. Shakur that evening, and I could see them voting pretty easily for the prosecution here just by the.
Okay, well, we seen where he did all the talking. I guess they're finna do their thing, but we seen where he did all the talking, and he felt like he was supposed to get immunity when he talked to the police. And when he's like wondering why they coming back on me now, because they gave me immunity, where he turned out and he was talking and saying he was there. Now he's actually saying that he wasn't there, and he has witnesses to prove that he was not there. So I don't know, man, but all the talking he was doing, all those interviews, who's to say that? I mean, now he's saying that he wasn't there because they arrested him. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand it, and I don't understand how the police come back and arrest him after they gave him immunity. I don't know why. What did they say, or what new evidence that they have to arrest him for this unaliving of Tupac? Rest in peace, Tupac Shakur. You know, his birthday was last month. His birthday was last month, and then next month on the 13th, I guess it'll be his anniversary of when he was unalived. Rest in peace, Tupac, man. So we just waiting for them to get back into the courtroom. Just waiting for them to get back into the courtroom. But it did show where, you know, all the I just played it. There's like a few interviews where he was saying how he seen how he found out that Tupac and Suge was in that car. Said they was going one way down, I guess that Flamingo Boulevard, and Suge and Pac was going another way. And he said that he heard Pac's big mouth and looked over and seen him hanging out the window talking to some fans. So according to that first witness, she said that Tupac was just sitting on the passenger side when they were talking to Suge, where her friend was talking to Suge. So the reporter was like, "Well, what's the difference? I mean, what what was it? Was he hanging out the window? Was he just sitting down? But it could have been that he was talking. He was hanging out the window talking to some other people before this witness and her friends pull up on Suge and them. So, but we did hear him say that they looked over and seen Pac hanging out the window talking to some people, and he was like, "Oh, there they go." So they made a U-turn and started following him. Now he's saying that he wasn't there. So I don't know. I guess we'll see as this trial moves forward. It's crazy. Rest in peace, Tupac. Rest in peace, Tupac. Hey, and I will be going live today. I got some new evidence. I mean, I got some new stuff that I want to put online about the Nolan Wells case. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells as well. I will be going live tonight. Javon's mom was on some kind of uh, what's that? I didn't lost the change my thought. But she was on some kind of live or something. She was talking and she's explaining on what happened that night that she went to get the phone. And she said one of them boys got rude with her and her son had to step in. And also, there is a picture that they're saying that her son, it's one picture that he took, and her son is in that picture and he has some kind of mark under his eye. So I'm wondering if it was from the day at Horn Island, or did they get into it when they were trying to get the phone back? So we're gonna go through all that tonight as well. And there's a few more things that I found online I want to talk about. So, but yeah, Javon's mom, she spoke out last night on some kind of, it's kind of like a little club. If y'all know anything about the little clubhouse where people can get in and talk. She was on one of those type things. And she spoke out. She said that one of them little boys tried to get hostile with it, put his chest out towards her. And her son had to jump in and tell the guy, hey, you know what? That's my mommy you talking to. You better slow your roll. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You know what they doing? Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can find some more stuff on Keith D talking. Y'all give me a minute. Hold on. Let me look. All right, y'all. Well, I found some more stuff where he said, he's saying he wasn't there. Now he's saying he wasn't there, but here's another interview that's putting him there. And this is coming out of his own mouth. So let's check this out.
I got tickets from the scapper dude, and he had us placed all over. We was gonna meet at the cafe after the fight. That was all our plans. So everybody had was coming to the cafe and shit. I seen some of my partners from 11-8 East Coast Crips. They like, hey, they just jumped on your nephew. Like, who? Said some death row niggas. Like, bullshit. They're like, yeah. And we ran in the lane inside the lobby.
So y'all ran into your nephew Orlando. What did he say to you?
Weird, he just said they jumped on him and stuff like that. And I asked him, was he all right? He said his shoulder's kind of fucked up. I guess from getting kicked in the shoulder or something, he said his shoulder was fucked up.
How mad was he?
I was more mad than him. Yeah. Why would you know what I'm saying, motherfucker? You know what's up. Know who people that is.
So what exactly did he tell you? Did he tell you like, yo, Tupac jumped on me, or
He just said the death row niggas jumped on him.
and the only injury he had was his shoulder?
His shoulder was kind of fucked up.
Okay, so take me through that. Orlando, he got jumped. What happened after that?
So we ran into the New York dudes. Them. They asked us, do we need some help? We like, nah, we good. And then my little homie, we had some little homies out here selling work, kilos and shit. They like, man, we know where them niggas gonna be. They gonna be at the 662 Club. They been advertising this all week. They gonna perform this night. So we went up there, and my little homies went and got the choppers. And Mob James talking about he seen us back there. He lucky he didn't see us. We didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? They lucky they didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? We had some headhunters with us, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they lucky they didn't show up. 3 choppers. It would have been a massacre, you know? Yeah. Just pulled up there and pulled up there, waited up there for about an hour. Miles James said 10 minutes. It wasn't fucking 10 minutes. Waited up there about an hour. We got tired and went on, let's go get high. We bought some champagne bottles, Cristal and Dom Perignon and shit. Stopped at the store and got that shit. When we left, we was in 3 cars, matter of fact. And the other 2 cars missed the light. So we kept on going, heading towards the hotel. When we got to Flamingo, that's when dude was hanging out. He was like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass. Hanging out the window. Hey! And he was like, Tupac! And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Yui. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get his ass knocked out. So Lane had hands. 1 punch.
Oh, for real? He had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was gonna tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. He's just gonna beat his ass.
So y'all was at 662, Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. So that's when y'all decided to retaliate, and that's when y'all was like, okay.
No, we just left because they didn't show up.
Okay. Von Zip is the one that provided y'all with the gun, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's in the book and everything, yo.
I don't know nothing about that. Ask Gabe Gray K. You believe most of his stories. You know? You do.
So that's crazy. First he said they was at the 662 Club and they had them things on them. And he said, lucky they didn't show up because we had some headhunters. We had some headhunters. Then he turned around and say he was waiting on them. So his nephew, Baby Lane, and Tupac can get in. So he's gonna tell Suge, go on, let him get in. You know what I'm saying? Let you know, y'all jumped on him. Now just let it be 1-on-1. So which was it? So that's kind of making it seem like, I don't know, maybe he wasn't there. Maybe he just placing himself there just to, I guess for the money or, basically to make himself be known. But we do know that his nephew was there because that's who Pac got into it with. He said his nephew had some hands. He wanted to just go and let him get in. So if that's the case, when y'all seen Pac that night, why didn't you stop right there and tell Suge, hey, let's go somewhere and let them get down? Because he said that's what they wanted to do. First, he said they had some headhunters. They was going to chop them down. It better be glad they didn't show up at the club. Then he turned around and said that he wanted to talk to Suge and just tell him, hey, just go on. Y'all jump my nephew. Now just go and let Pac and Orlando go and get out. So why didn't he just do that instead of them just, unloading in their car? He should just tell them, hey, Pac, Suge, man, y'all need to pull over. Let my cousin get some get back. Let him have that fade. But instead, they just went on and just pulled up and started busting in the car. It makes no sense. So I don't know, man. He could be saying all this. Maybe he wasn't there, because now he's saying he wasn't there. So maybe he is saying all this back then, just to get the fame and get the money. I don't know.
Yeah, Greg Caden said it. I mean, it said it in the book. I got your book, the audio book.
See, he got the whole world fucked up. Like you got you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I said, that
No, this is
that
in your book.
unsolved is fucking unsolved is a fabricated bunch of bullshit. The way he wanted to portray me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sagging, khaki pants. Man, I ain't wore no khaki pants in fucking junior high school. I was a player, dude.
But here's the thing. I got the
X2 Club, they've been advertising this all week. They gonna perform this night. So we went up there. And my little homies when he got the choppers. And Mob James talking about he seen us back there. He lucky he didn't see us. We didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? They lucky they didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? We had some headhunters with us, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they lucky they didn't show up. 3 choppers. It would have been a massacre, you know? Yeah. Just pulled up there and shit. Pulled up there, waited up there for about an hour. Mob James said 10 minutes. It wasn't no fucking 10 minutes. Waited up there about an hour. We got tired and went on, started, let's go get high. We bought some champagne bottles, Cristal and Dom Perignon and shit. Stopped at the store and got that shit. When we left, we was in 3 cars, matter of fact. And the other 2 cars missed the light. So we kept on going, heading towards the hotel. When we got to Flamingo, that's when dude was hanging out. He was like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass. Hanging out the window. Hey! And he was like, Tupac. And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Yui. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get his ass knocked out. So Lane had hands. 1 punch.
Oh, for real, he had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was gonna tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. You just gonna beat his ass.
That's what I'm saying. So why didn't they pull up to that car instead of unloading in that car? Why didn't they pull up to that car? Say, hey, Suge, y'all need to pull over. We need to get this straightened out. Let them boys go 1-on-1. Let them boy, because we feel like Pac got snuck up and caught him from behind, just wasn't paying attention. So let him go 1-on-1. Why would you pull up to that car and start unloading if Baby Lane had hands? Huh? If Baby Lane had hands, why you just didn't tell him, hey man, let these boys get in? But yet still you pulled up to the car and let your nephew pull the trigger and unalive him. You just said that you want, y'all was looking for him to throw down. You was gonna tell Suge to pull over. I mean, tell Suge if they made it to the club, you was gonna tell Suge, hey man, let him go ahead and do a 1-on-1 because he felt like Pac snuck him. But when y'all seen him, it didn't go that way. Y'all pulled up and you let your nephew unload in the car. And now Pac is gone. Rest in peace, Pac. Let me see if I can go back and see if they started this trial yet.
Hear from Vanessa. Look, I think it's important on 8 News Plus here, while the world is watching, for us to say we have some talented people in our organization, and is led, in my opinion, by Vanessa Murphy, who does such a great job. And she's going to be in the courtroom for the duration of this trial. We will hear from her. She'll be filing her reports. But, Sasha, it's the work that went into this over the 3 years.
Absolutely.
She does not stop. So
She really does
so
not.
3 years worth of calling these people, trying to get in touch with them, meeting them, learning them. There's Keefe D has a son who is outspoken, and whenever we cover him, I think Vanessa hears from people like him who may challenge the type of coverage that we do on their father, because look, the media generally has a lot to say, and not everybody agrees. So we have the audio. This is part 2 of day 1 of the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus.
Working when you hold that second. Well, I left, everything was fine. That makes that more. So
And see, they're still preparing to return there from the lunch break for this first day of trial. We heard from 2 witnesses, and we heard, of course, opening statements on both sides of this from the defense and the prosecution. There's the judge right there. As you said, Kyle, kind of some housekeeping items at the moment.
Yes, it looks like they're figuring out some logistics, and this is common. The international media, the national media, they're all relying on this one feed. And here comes the jury. So again, we're talking about 16 people, 6 men and 10 women. We will not see their faces. That is part of how this works. Their identities are important to be kept secret so that they
Through
can,
the trial.
Yes, throughout the trial. After the trial, you can rest assured that the assembled media will try and find out who they are. And,
Kyle will.
it could be me. I don't know. I might be up here, but it's very possible. I've done it before, and it's fascinating because I've sat through trials where people are watching the exact same thing I am, and their take on things is
absolutely.
so different because they're hearing it one time for the first time. We hear it, we know the behind the scenes stuff. We have watched the story progress from time to time. We've been in every court hearing. And now the jury is seated, as is the remainder of the gallery, including the defendant himself, Keefe D. Dwayne Davis. There he is, 64 years old. This is a witness. Okay, so let's listen to a witness over Zoom, it looks like.
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENT BECKER.
Thank you.
Sir,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna hold on a second. All right, he's gonna work on the echo. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to happened at Flamingo and Koval?
Yes. Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning and I was asleep. So it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual. And normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And General Assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Yeah, Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW.
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. Like, it was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a .40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions. And this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them. And none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Yafula Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group. I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only four that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only four. Plus, I know there were a couple other guys they're mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM Casino shortly after the Tyson-Seldon fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said. And then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid. And to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. Couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting. And we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes. And we're meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
That's when the incident occurs.
that's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, do you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips?
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton. And I believe I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah. I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but that when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want to make your approach?
Yes. That will be admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. Oh. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right, are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this going to let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. That it's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you're looking to see who Orlando Anderson, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be 9 if it's correct. 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m., it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, there'll be a minute.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Let me put it up first and then... Now I'm going to go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm going to jump down to the first page. There's a
Okay.
name, Corey Edwards, at
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here, a few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. Though that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
Where those phone numbers?
the local
Yes.
phone numbers that are being called on it? And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place. It was south. I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, that at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks, and I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davian Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County, somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records and things turned around and he was willing to meet with us. And that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge and I talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Dwayne Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Dwayne Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis? I think.
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one. Okay.
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those were the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there.
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Dwayne Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Dwayne Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Dwayne Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we'd been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI that
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything.
That was the Yahoo Fuller guy they were talking about.
CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you. And you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area. And either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of the 86, and then State Proposed Exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups. 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, no objection.
They'll be there.
Thank you. So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first.
Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier. But
You're doing better than me, so.
these are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
Sure, these are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, well, Roger Williams would have been wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was coming up.
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is States Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Samp would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about.
So they were just showing the pictures of DeAndre Smith. He was in the car with these guys. They with that unalived Tupac, but he's deceased now.
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors. So that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5. And if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid based upon what Ufula said that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy who did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I got to share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1. And so that would be David Keith.
Yes. And the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something. So we're again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Dwayne Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
Do you recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coet from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was Drug Fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, Drug Fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN. But Drug Fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to Drug Fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah. Terry Brown would be in his photo number, would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah. He's going to be in number 2. Okay. And there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective.
So I believe that Terrence Brown was a driver. He was a driver. So we know that.
Well, I have to share my
I
screen
can't remember
with you.
his name,
Excuse me a
but
second.
Orlando, PPD, Terrence Brown, and the other guy was in that Cadillac.
State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah, does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenidge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there was a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenidge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement, because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround. So
ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. You had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And and as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was. Yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. You don't say who in this lineup, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right. And the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question.
Correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right. Because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, I would have them put that on there, say at 80%, 60%, whatever that is, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy. So he's a Blood.
I think
But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right. And so, because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood. And so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right. And even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yes.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd have had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
I left it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me. Like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do this.
Recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
But it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Yeah, okay. I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac. And one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor. He gets picked up in a long caravan of cars. And the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. So it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case, you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls. And if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls it's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from the Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what it was. Their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Dwayne Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why did a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Ducklin? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cowell, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge?
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else. So I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And 2 of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you've made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I see the tape in the distance. Okay. And then,
that's exhibit number 6.
okay. Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you
Okay,
in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm going to click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Error 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here. But
Yeah.
oh, I can do this. There you
It's probably the license. Oh, it's
go. A Dodge Avenger.
a Dodge Avenger. Okay. And the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavalza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Josh. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, state. Any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach that?
Come on.
So they are talking to this police officer that's basically responsible for Suge Knight's revocation. So let's get back to it.
Not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
So they're going on break. But yes, they are interviewing the officer, the detective, I mean. So it seems like he has some kind of animosity towards, you know, because he said something like, I wanted to since Death Row and Suge Knight wasn't cooperating with the investigation, he made sure to go to Suge Knight's revocation hearing and share this video of the fight that happened at the MGM. And that's crazy. Just because, Suge wasn't cooperating in this investigation. And I didn't even know, this was news to me. He said that somehow Suge had talked Orlando into going in and testifying to say that Suge was trying to break the fight up between Tupac and him and the entourage. Suge was trying to break it up. So he did go in and say that, but this guy came in and said, no, 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 that's not what Orlando told me when I was interviewing him back in Compton. He said that Orlando told him, this detective that I'm talking about, Orlando Baby Lane, told him that Suge was involved in, beating and kicking him. And then he showed the video, and that's how Suge ended up getting his probation revoked, having to go back to jail right after Tupac was shot. So that's who they were just. I guess he was just. I guess that's who was just testifying. So they're going on break as of now. So yeah, I will be going live. I'm gonna talk about the Nolan Wells case. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. Uh Javon's mother spoke out, so I'm gonna talk about that. She said one of them little boys had got mouthy with her during one of them little boys had got mouthy with her when they were going to pick up that phone. And the son had to say something to one of them little boys, and somehow, I don't know, but I was looking at one of those pictures that a guy pulled up, and you can see that Javon had like a little mark under his eye. So I'm wondering if that happened on Horn Island, or did it happen that night, later on that night, when she said that one of those boys was getting mouthy with her. So I will be going live and talk a little bit more about that, and also a few more things that I found out this morning about the Nolan Wells case. So, rest in peace to Nolan Wells. It will be his birthday on the 19th. He will be turning 19. Also, they said that Carmelo Anthony, they're gonna be going before the judge to try to have another, or try to get this judge that he went in court to try to have another judge, or try to have another trial for him. So that's gonna be happening on the 19th as well. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that tonight. So yeah, so rest in peace to Nolan Wells. And you got Tyler Smith, Daniel Irvin, and Tasia Fortune. All these, and then just so happened, what was that, Saturday? They found another young black male in Raleigh, North Carolina, in it from a tree, unalived. So this is getting crazy. And next month, September, was it September 13th? It will be the anniversary of the unaliving of Tupac. His birthday was last month, June 16th. So rest in peace to Tupac. Happy belated birthday. I don't know how old he would be. But when I showed y'all earlier about I can't remember the guy, the picture I showed, his thing is Yakov something. It's something like that. It's a weird name, a Muslim type name. But I remember, he was having a lot of problems when after the death of Tupac. I think he just went into like PTSD or something like that, and I think he ended up unaliving himself. I want to see what this lady is talking about, but rest in peace to Tupac. Let's see what this lady's talking about.
Had a beating against his nephew Orlando Anderson and wanted to seek revenge. Now his defense attorney says he is full of crap. I believe he used those words. He's saying Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is a liar. He's telling the jury, don't believe him. And in an interview with me, Davis said he made that up to perhaps make money from the book and interviews. Now, we heard from the first witness, a former Las Vegas Metro police officer. He talked about that night he was on a bike patrol by the Las Vegas Strip. He says that he actually stopped Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur as they were near the Strip for not having license plates on that black BMW. You've seen that picture, that last picture showing Tupac Shakur alive. He described that interaction as cordial, gave them a warning. He said he made a comment about Tupac's necklace. And then about 10 minutes later, he talks about hearing about the shots fired call, responding to this scene. He says he actually rode in the ambulance with Tupac Shakur on the way to the hospital. That's after Suge Knight told him, take care of Tupac, take care of Tupac. And as he's riding in the ambulance, he's trying to get information from Tupac about who could have done this. He said he would not say, and he said, no, we'll take care of it. The second witness we heard from, a woman who was visiting Las Vegas with her friends. She said they were supposed to go to the Tyson fight. Her friend knew someone, but she said it was 4 women sharing one bathroom and they missed the fight. That got some laughs in the courtroom. So she says they missed the fight. Then they're driving. They're figuring out what to do. Her friend knows Suge Knight. They pull up next to him. What are you doing? He says, we're going to Club 662. They're driving near them. And then she says she hears the gunshots and they get away. Now, she was asked, well, did you try to follow the car? Her response was hell no. She also talked about people not wanting to talk to police at the time. She used the word snitching. And then she said that when she did interact with police later that night, she said they did not treat her and her friends the right way. They told them to get out of their vehicle, sit on the ground. And she said this was in front of other people that she felt like they were treated like suspects. So that is the first half of day one. The jury's on lunch right now. This will continue shortly.
Murphy, she is in the courtroom today. She will be there for the duration of the trial, talking mainly.
So yeah, I did want to touch a little bit on that. That lady did say, excuse me, that the police were treating them very rudely and made them sit on the ground. When they went back to the scene and was letting the police know, hey, they were there. They didn't see who did it, but they were there. So when they heard the gunshots, they took off like any person would. You're going to get out of Dodge when you hear gunshots. They say they went back and the police was treating them like they were suspects. That's crazy. That is really crazy. They're actually trying to tell them, hey, I was there trying to, let them know maybe they seen some stuff. But then they also said that when they took off, they almost ran into the gunman. And then with when they brought up this former detective, the one that I said was responsible for Suge's revocation. He was talking about everybody that was in the car. He had the lineup, and I know he showed Orlando, um, DeAndre. I think DeAndre was driving. No, the Benjamin guy was driving, I believe, and DeAndre was in the back because they said Orlando reached over the side of Big Dre and started letting off the rounds. So yeah, um, they're on lunch break right now. I'm gonna try to start setting up for my tonight's live.
But then they
Let me
didn't
see what they're
come, so
saying
they
first.
said, okay, let's go out and party. We're over this. Then apparently they see them drive by and they say, hey, that's them. He claims that Tupac was leaning out of the window of the car.
Oh yeah, I showed that part. So I'm gonna go ahead and just get off of here, and I'm gonna try to pick this back up tomorrow. But I got to try to get ready for tonight's live on the Nolan Wells case. So rest in peace to Tupac. I'm gonna try to get ready for this Nolan Wells case. So if y'all want to continue watching this is on YouTube. I'm watching the Las Vegas channel. So if you just Google that, just search that on YouTube. You can pick it back up. I'm gonna try to get ready to go do my live for tonight on this Nolan Wells case. So if y'all are watching this, hit the like button, and also check me out tonight. The Nolan Wells case. Javon's mom speaks out. And I'm gonna go over that and a few more other things. So, like I said, y'all can continue watching this. Just search the Las Vegas channel, or I believe it's on the True Crime, whatever that Law and Crime Network. It's also on there as well. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here and get ready for that. Get ready for this live tonight, and I'll catch y'all then. But until I see y'all again, y'all stay safe and have a good rest of your evening. I'm out.